House will be in order. But proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Vote will be taken in the following order. Amendment number 2 to H.R. 27 offered by Ms. Trahan of Massachusetts and passage of H.R. 27 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9, Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on Amendment number 2 to H.R. 27, printed in Parts B of House Report 119-2, offered by the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Trahan, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment printed in Part B of House Report number 119-2, offered by Mrs. Trahan of Massachusetts.
Question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Massachusetts. The members record their vote by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 182, the nays are 226. The amendment is not adopted. Question is on engrossment and the third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
To amend the Controlled Substances Act with respect to the scheduling of fentanyl-related substances and for other purposes.
Clerk reads. Question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The bill.
Mr. Speaker, on that I ask for the yeas and nays.
Where's he from? Where? Okay. What purpose is gentleman from New Jersey?
Mr. Speaker, on that I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having arisen. The yeas and nays are orders. Members record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 312, the nays are 108. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Republican Conference, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
Objection, the gentleman recognized. The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 117, resolved that the following named member...
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be considered as read and printed in the record.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
You need that type of power call on me.
I got you.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For purposes, the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition.
I ask unanimous consent to address the House 1 minute revised and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. American families are still suffering from the disastrous Biden-Harris ignorant war on fossil fuels, attacking domestic producers, destroying jobs, increasing prices. President Donald Trump and Secretary of Energy Chris Wright will unleash American energy by ending policies of climate alarmism and replaced by streamlining permits and having realistic regulations. Republicans are working to lower energy costs and to provide for all the above energy capabilities, including nuclear power, with such leadership as new Commission Chairman of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, David Wright. This week, House Republicans will vote on the Protecting Energy Production Act led by Congressman August Pfluger. This bill ensures that states maintain control over fracking regulation and energy production. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Open borders for dictators puts all Americans at risk of more 9/11 attacks as imminent as warned by the FBI. Trump is reinstituting existing laws to protect American families with peace through strength. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House floor for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor Marine Captain Miguel Justin Nava, a West Michigan hero. Captain Nava was tragically killed in a helicopter accident outside of San Diego while serving our country. This week marks 1 year since his death. Captain Nava grew up in Comstock Park, Michigan, and was a cherished member of our community. He graduated from Comstock Park High School and then went on to attend the United States Naval Academy. After graduating from the Naval Academy, he was commissioned into the Marine Corps to become a pilot. During his time of service, Captain Nava earned several decorations, including the Global War on Terrorism Service Medal, National Defense Service Medal, and Sea Service Deployment Ribbon. Captain Nava leaves behind an incredible legacy and a loving family who I have had the honor of getting to know throughout this past year. Together, alongside the Comstock Park community, we passed a bill to rename the local post office after him, which was signed into law last month. In so many ways, Captain Nava represents the best of West Michigan. It is only right that his legacy is remembered in the community that raised him. My thoughts are with the Nava family during this difficult time, including his beloved wife, Ryan, his son, Luca, his parents, Lisa and Javier, and his brother, Nicholas. West Michigan is forever grateful and indebted to Captain Nava's service, and we remain committed to honoring his sacrifice and his enduring legacy. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this week I introduced a bipartisan Orphan Cures Act. Legislation to protects the incentives for critical research and development implemented by the Orphan Drug Act of 1983, which has produced more than 800 treatments for rare diseases over the past 40 years. More than 30 million Americans are affected by nearly 10,000 rare diseases, and unfortunately, 95% of these diseases have no treatment. We cannot abandon the American patients who suffer from diseases like Duchenne's muscular dystrophy, Huntington's disease, ALS, cystic fibrosis, and scleroderma, which I treated during my time in an active medical practice. By protecting critical research and developing incentives, we can give millions of Americans hope for the future. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation to foster innovative cures for patients throughout these great lands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Sorry, gentleman from Ohio seek recognition.
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, an unelected, self-dealing multi-billionaire who has made his vast fortune off huge government contracts should not be able to buy access to the U.S. Treasury, but he's done just that. For the princely sum of $250 million, Elon Musk bankrolled President Trump's re-election campaign. For that, he's been given the keys to the Treasury kingdom. Let's follow his footprints. Musk is now deploying unsecured private servers with his merry band of men aged 19 to 26, none with security clearances, nor experience working in government agencies, to tap into the U.S. records of every single citizen and business. And what's his mission? To track private records for more self-dealing and more contracts, looking at what his competitors are invested in, and tax cuts for the billionaire class. As has been reported, one of these men with access to our nation's sensitive data is a green card holder and apparently not even a citizen. Article 1 of our Constitution rests the power of the purse with Congress. So I challenge every member, follow the footprints of Elon Musk across this government and ask yourself, why should he have access to the private tax records of the people of this country? I yield back, and we'll have more tomorrow.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the Protecting Energy Production Act. This bill is simple. It ensures that no president can unilaterally ban hydraulic fracturing by natural gas and oil, protecting one of America's most vital energy resources from being shut down by ideological policies. I represent the Marcellus Shale, one of the largest natural gas producing regions in the world, and Pennsylvania is leading the way in clean, affordable, and reliable energy production. Mr. Speaker, natural gas and oil are essential to our way of life, powering our grid, our homes, our cars, our manufacturing facilities, and serving as raw materials for countless American-made goods. And, Mr. Speaker, the entire world is fracking, but we do it best and cleanest here in the USA. So the more natural gas we produce here at home, the cleaner the world will become. This bill is a serious economic, national security, and environmental vote. I urge my colleagues to vote for clean energy and for an American economic and national security strength by supporting this legislation, which we're voting on tomorrow. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
For unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to pay tribute to the life and service of Captain Rebecca Lobach, an accomplished U.S. Army aviation officer who was aboard the Black Hawk helicopter during the tragic accident at Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport. A native of Durham, North Carolina, and a distinguished military graduate from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, Captain Lobach excelled in every aspect of her military career, from her rigorous flight training to her role as a White House social aide. Her dedication to excellence, coupled with her remarkable leadership skills, earned her the respect and admiration of her peers and superiors alike. During her service, Captain Lobach was awarded several honors, including the Army Commendation Medal, Army Achievement Medal, National Defense Service Medal, and Army Service Ribbon. She was a dedicated officer with a bright future, and her service to our country will not be forgotten. I offer my deepest condolences to Captain Lobach's family and loved ones, and to all those affected by this devastating national tragedy. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purposes the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mourn the loss of Charles Tamlin Hall, Jr., who unfortunately passed away this week at the age of 74. Mr. Hall attended the University of Georgia and proudly served as the president of the University of Georgia College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences Alumni Association Board of Directors. He touched the lives of countless individuals as a leader in the state of Georgia and throughout his 52 years of marriage to his beloved wife, Jan. Mr. Hall founded his company, Association Services Group, in 1995, which was recognized as one of the fastest-growing companies in Georgia, a testament to his reliability and leadership. His faith was the cornerstone of his life, spending time as a deacon and greeter for the First Baptist Church on the Square. He enjoyed his Friday morning Bible study, which has been meeting for over 45 years. Mr. Hall is survived by his loving wife, Jan, 3 children, Emily Bruton and Tamlin Hall, 5 grandchildren, his brother, and 5 nieces and nephews. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purposes the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks as needed.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I stood with the House Democratic leader, Hakeem Jeffries, the House Democratic whip, Catherine Clark, and our House Democratic Chair, Pete Aguilar, and Congressman Sean Casten to introduce the Taxpayer Data Protection Act, because what is going on in the Treasury Department is lawless and wrong and frightening for the American people. Elon Musk should not have access to your data, to the payment systems, and what is going on. And Mr. Speaker, I deliver this statement and this bill to this chamber, calling on all of my colleagues to join, because I was a Treasury employee. I served in the Treasury during the Barack Obama administration. In fact, I worked in a time of crisis, the Great Recession, when General Motors and Chrysler were staring bankruptcy in the face. Millions of jobs were on the line. We were doing the work for the American people, not threatening their payments and their data. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purposes the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Peter Ankney in honor of his promotion in the United States Marine Corps to Colonel. I had the distinct privilege of being able to attend Colonel Ankney's promotion last weekend in his hometown of Colstrip, Montana. I could go on and on about the values of leadership, honor, or service when describing Peter, but the word that came to my mind at Colonel Ankney's promotion was community. The City Hall in Colstrip was packed as the people of Rosebud County came together to honor one of their own. You know, Montana is among the top states in veterans per capita, where people with patriotism and service coursing through our veins. And I know that I speak for all of us when I say that I'm proud to have a man like Colonel Ankney representing our state in uniform. So I thank you, sir, for your service to our great nation. You made us proud and bring honor to yourself, your family, your community, our state, and to our country. I yield back.
For what purposes the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, recent reports suggest that President Trump may attempt to dismantle the Department of Education unilaterally. An executive order of this nature would be catastrophic for the tens of millions of students and teachers in schools across our nation, including in the great state of Colorado. It would undercut support for children learning to read and write. It would, in my view, scrap key programs for high school students looking to get their college degree and abandon hardworking educators, schools, and students for rural and low-income communities. Mr. Speaker, any effort to unilaterally dismantle this department would be clearly unconstitutional and unlawful. And House Democrats will use every tool available to us to stop it. I yield back.
For what purposes the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Dave Alexander, the founding director of Serve the Border, a man and organization that has made it their mission to care for those who protect us along the southern border. Serve the Border has provided meals, entertainment, and better living conditions for thousands of Border Patrol agents, Texas state troopers, and National Guardsmen stationed in some of the most challenging environments in our nation. This work is not glorious. It requires countless hours of preparation, logistical planning, and often personal financial sacrifice. Yet Mr. Alexander has done it all with joy, motivated by a belief in the importance of honoring those who serve. For example, 2 weeks ago, while many Texans faced an unusually cold winter, Mr. Alexander and his team on Serve the Border drove over 6 hours to Eagle Pass, Texas, from Texas' 8th Congressional District to support the agents, the troopers, the soldiers, and the Marines stationed in the Del Rio and Laredo sectors to make sure they had hot meals and a place to refocus before their next mission. On behalf of the district, I'd like to thank Mr. Alexander and all those who served in Serve the Border for their extraordinary contributions. Fair winds and following seas.
For what purposes the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Speaker, unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute. Revise and extend my remarks as necessary.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize February 4th as Saka Nakordo Day. On that day in 1986, in the Punjab region of India, 4 unarmed Sikh students were shot and killed while peacefully protesting the desecration of the sacred scripture of Sikhs. The killing was abhorrent, but the investigation was deplorable. The victims' bodies were disposed of in secret. No perpetrator was ever brought to justice, and reports, commissions, and other inquiries on the massacre receive absolutely no action. February 4th remains a dark day for the Sikhs in Punjab, but also for Sikhs here in America. For 39 years, they have fought for truth, justice, and accountability. As United States representatives, it is our responsibility to fight for our values at home and abroad, and call out these tragedies for our partners around the globe. That is why I recognize Saka Nakordo Day, and that justice is still waiting to be served for Ravinder Singh, Baldur Singh, Jilman Singh, and Harminder Singh. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purposes the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute. Revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For years, America led the world in energy production, thanks in large part to the miracle of hydraulic fracturing. This innovation not only created jobs and boosted our economy, but also made the U.S. the top producer of oil and gas. Now, the last administration has given us dangerous policies that drive up these costs, threaten the jobs, and make us much more dependent on foreign adversaries for our energy. Instead of supporting domestic production, those policies have prioritized extreme climate agendas that weaken our energy security and raise costs for American families, one of the main drivers of inflation. I'm pleased to see the Protecting Energy Production Act come to the House, to the floor this week. This bill ensures no president can unilaterally ban fracking and keep states in control of their own energy production. Democratic administrations and radical activists have long pushed policies that would make crippling the domestic production, send our jobs overseas, and make life much more expensive for Americans and our allies. We cannot afford to let that happen. Protecting domestic energy production means lower costs, stronger national security, and a future where America remains an energy powerhouse. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation later and stand for American energy independence. Yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, extend and revise my comments.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and congratulate 3 downtown Minneapolis restaurants on their achievement of being named semifinalists for the 2025 James Beard Award. Minneapolis has one of the best food scenes in the country, and that is exemplified by these recognitions from the James Beard Foundation. Spoon and Stable is nominated for Outstanding Restaurant. They have been a hallmark of the North Loop for over a decade, extending and fusion of French and local cultures throughout cuisine. Vinay and Push Enon, both established in 2024, are nominated for the Best New Restaurant. Vinay features Hmong culture, stories, and ritual through food. Becheron presents French-American fusion while pulling inspiration from rural Minnesota culture. All of these restaurants are doing an incredible work expanding Minneapolis's culture and food scene, and we are very proud of the work that they have done to achieve this honor. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and move about to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, across this nation, men and women rise before dawn, lace up their boots, and power America forward. They drill, refine, transport, and innovate, fueling homes, factories, and cities. Yet time and again, Democrats in Washington try to strangle their livelihoods with bans, red tape, and radical restrictions. Just last month, Democrats pushed policies to lock away 670 million acres of land and water from energy production. While they push their anti-energy agenda, hardworking Americans pay the price at the pump, on their utility bills, and on their paychecks. Congressman August Pfluger's Protecting American Energy Production Act stops this sabotage. It blocks any president from banning fracking, unlocks leasing on public land, slashes red tape, and restores energy independence. More energy means lower costs, better jobs, and a stronger America. We must pass the Protecting American Energy Production Act. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this week my office was flooded with calls from constituents who are angry and frustrated about Elon Musk and his takeover of our government. I'm just as outraged as they are. This billionaire was neither elected by the American people nor Senate confirmed, and yet he's sitting in our nation's highest office, openly seizing power, making consequential decisions about Americans' personal data, and gutting the services and programs that working families in the San Fernando Valley rely on. Why does Elon Musk have access to your personal information without any oversight or accountability? House Democrats and I are taking action. We are legislating. We are supporting litigation, and we are mobilizing. I also ask, why our Republican colleagues are sitting in silence while Elon Musk takes control of our government and harms Americans' lives. I urge my Republican colleagues to join us in the fight against Elon's takeover. Thank you, and I yield back.
For purposes, the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition.
I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. In 1993, the VA established the Dependency and Indemnity Compensation, or DIC, benefits, which is paid to the survivors of service members who died in the line of duty or to veterans who died from service-related injuries or conditions. Unfortunately, the DIC benefits has fallen drastically behind the cost of living, causing financial hardship on veterans and military families. That is why I led the introduction of the bipartisan Caring for Survivors Act, which would increase the DIC benefits from 43% to 55%, amounting to an increase of approximately $454 per month for surviving family members. The legislation also fast-tracks DIC benefits to family members who currently have to wait a decade before receiving benefits. Honoring the sacrifices our service members make on behalf of our nation means caring for the loved ones they leave behind. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For purposes, the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition.
I seek to address the House for 1 minute and revise or extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
President Trump said he was going to lower food prices on day one, and the war in Ukraine on day one. Bring down housing costs, make the government more efficient, bring peace to the Middle East. All those things sound great, don't they? But instead of reducing the price of eggs, his administration is kneecapping the CDC's efforts to report on the avian flu outbreak. Instead of making housing more affordable, he's pushing tariffs on Canada and Mexico that would make construction significantly more expensive. Instead of making government more efficient, he's paralyzing agencies like the IRS, which under the Biden administration recovered over $1 billion in taxes owed by wealthy Americans who weren't paying their fair share. My constituents are terrified that this administration will frankly ruin their lives. On Tuesday alone, my staff answered and spoke with more than 700 constituents specifically concerned about Elon Musk running roughshod over the payment system. We've received thousands of emails. In Trump's view, making America great again comes at the expense of hardworking Americans who already make our country great. He also seems to think that Elon is going to do it for him. I yield back.
For what purposes, the gentleman from Florida seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the life of a great man who just so happened to be my high school principal, Mr. Mitron Lisby. As a kid, I was a bit of a troublemaker. One day I played a prank at school that landed me in Mr. Lisby's office, and honestly, I should have been expelled that day. But he told me, Maxwell, I'm not expelling you. I think you can be great, and I see something in you. He believed in me. And he gave me a second chance, and honestly, I think that second chance is one of the reasons I'm here today. He came to know Jesus Christ as his Savior at a young age and served him faithfully. He served as a teacher and an administrator for 43 years. And so on behalf of the thousands of students, tens of thousands of students across this nation you've inspired, thank you, Mr. Lisby. I have to think that at the gates of heaven, God's going to greet you with that administrator's school radio, because maybe even heaven sometimes needs help keeping things on track, just like a great principal does. May you rest in peace, Mr. Lisby. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Herodopoulos, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker,
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 days to revise and extend their remarks and to submit extraneous materials on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lives destroyed, trust violated, hearts broken. This is the story of illegal immigration. Young girls and boys sold into sexual slavery, hundreds of thousands killed by fentanyl, hundreds of known terrorists entered our nation, schools, hospitals, and towns overrun by numbers of illegal aliens, and the high cost of taxpayers. Criminals entered and preyed on our citizens, sadly, many committing murder and rape. And yet we learned just over 2 weeks ago that this is a problem that could be quickly solved, and that's what's happening today with the election and actions of our new president. This crisis can be quickly solved with common sense, decisive action. Today I'm joined by other freshman members of this Congress who are problem solvers, people who have made it work at the local level, at businesses across our country, and they understand how to get things done, just like our president has been doing for the last 2.5 weeks. The first of our speakers today comes from the experienced legislature in Missouri, serving both the House and the Senate, and great accomplishments as both an attorney and a doctor. He represents the central part of Missouri, just west of St. Louis, and he's a person who back in 2008 knew exactly this problem was coming to a head, because he sponsored and passed legislation to make sure we did not have sanctuary cities. And so I yield to the congressman from the 3rd District of Missouri, Congressman Onder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mike. I rise today to address an issue important to all Americans, not just Americans living on our border. Illegal immigration directly impacts our society, our safety, our security, and the future of our nation. Dangers posed by illegal immigration are many. The consequences of policies from the Biden administration are many and severe. Deaths from murder, poisonings from fentanyl, victimization of the innocent by human traffickers could all have been solved if only the Biden-Harris administration and the Democrat Congress were willing to secure our borders. I want to begin by sharing you a case that demonstrates, sadly, the dire consequences of our porous border and weak immigration enforcement. In my district in St. Charles County, Missouri, 2 innocent women were sexually assaulted by an illegal alien of Middle Eastern descent who overstayed his tourist visa. Yes, an illegal alien. Instead of returning home like he was supposed to, as our law required, he flouted the law and stayed illegally. And ultimately, he victimized 2 innocent American women. The trauma inflicted upon these women and upon many others like them is immeasurable. If we are to prevent this from happening again, we must remember that the pain is a direct result of the open border policies that have failed to prioritize the safety of Americans. Mr. Speaker, this is not an isolated incident. This is a pattern, an epidemic of lawlessness that has swept across our country. Criminals, foreign nationals, and even terrorists have attempted to exploit our immigration policy failures. Now, over the past 4 years, we have turned our attention rightfully to the southern border. But we also have illegal immigrants taking advantage of lax enforcement and overstaying visas without consequence. The story of this individual in St. Charles County is part of a pattern, with visa overstays being a large source of our illegal alien population. For that reason, I will soon be introducing the Timely Departure Act. This important legislation would require certain visa recipients to post a cash bond, which they would forfeit should they overstay their visas. Under this law, overstayers would be unable to obtain lawful immigration status for at least 4 years, and they would be unable to submit an asylum claim or withholding of removal claim. after their scheduled departure date. Visitor, business, and pleasure visas are important to our economy, but they are being abused. Before the Biden administration's change to asylum policy, visa overstays were a leading contributor to illegal immigration. As of 2023, visa overstays accounted for 42% of the illegal population. This legislation is necessary to enforce visa exit dates, and I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting the Timely Departure Act. Mr. Speaker, our immigration system, which was once designed to be a source of legal immigration and lawful entry, has become nothing more than a wide open door, a red carpet. This must end. This is why President Trump and House Republicans have acted forcefully to protect Americans. Another border security issue is the abuse of our asylum process. Over the past couple of years, especially as Texas has taken action to secure its border, fewer illegal aliens have been entering our country by sneaking by border crossings like Eagles Pass or Brownsville. More and more illegal aliens are presenting themselves to immigration authorities and claiming asylum. Most of these asylum cases are bogus, and the Biden administration has not detained these aliens, but rather released them into the country with some far-off asylum hearing date to which they never show. And we've found time and time again that these so-called refugees are violent criminals. Under our America First border policies, this abuse of the asylum process is going to end. President Trump's actions at the border, his executive orders, and his diplomacy with Colombia, with Mexico, and with Canada show that he means what he says. He means business. And here in Congress, we will assist with legislation like the Laken Riley Act, and we will provide the funding for the border wall, border guards, and the legal resources to clean out the many bogus asylum claims. And a message to all the countries who are part of the problem: the era of the U.S. playing the fool ends now. Do not empty your prisons or coddle drug and human trafficking cartels at our expense, or you will face consequences. Another equally important issue is the open border policies of the Biden-Harris administration is the epidemic of fentanyl poisonings across our country. Fentanyl, which is smuggled across our southern border, is responsible for 100,000 American deaths in the last year alone. We have become a global dumping ground for the world's deadliest drugs, with Mexican cartels making and smuggling fentanyl and methamphetamine into the United States, drugs made from Chinese precursor chemicals. We will secure our border, we will build the wall, and yes, we will target drug cartels as international terrorists. Occasionally, we hear apologists for the open border policies of the Biden administration argue that somehow mass illegal immigration is good for our economy, or that some illegal aliens pay taxes. Well, it's nice that illegal aliens sometimes pay taxes, but these individuals fail to account for the full cost of illegal immigration. The strain on our economy has been profound. Taxpayer dollars have been spent to fund social services, health care, and education for illegal aliens. Money that could be spent better on securing the future. Money that we do not have with our $36 trillion debt. Not to mention the economic and social costs of the victims of crime caused by illegal aliens, or the lives cut short by fentanyl poisoning, or the immeasurable and lifelong trauma of the victims of human trafficking. Police officers, teachers, and healthcare providers are working harder than ever to accommodate an influx of people who have no legal right to be here. Democrats have told us to accept this as the new normal. Well, House Republicans and President Trump are here to tell our communities this ends now. Mr. Speaker, this crisis is not just a border issue. It is a national security issue. It is a public safety issue. It is a public health issue. And it is an economic issue. We must take swift action to protect our country, our communities, and our people. The Biden administration's open border policies have failed, and it is time for a change. In collaboration with Donald Trump, it is time to make America safe again. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman Unger. Next, we have Congressman Tony Weed from the great state of Wisconsin. He represents the northeastern portion of Wisconsin, the 8th Congressional District, and he comes with the real-world experience of being a business owner, as he and his wife have developed an amazing business in their neck of the woods. And he serves on the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, the Agriculture Committee, as well as the Small Business Committee as well. And with that, I yield to Congressman Weed.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today with my colleagues to address an issue that has plagued our nation over the last 4 years and let the American people know that the House GOP is working alongside President Trump to secure our border and make the safety of American citizens our #1 priority. When President Trump left office 4 years ago, our border was secure and significant progress was being made on the border wall of the Trump administration and invited an invasion at our southern border. Every state became a border state, including my home state of Wisconsin. Every county became a border county, and every town became a border town. We saw unprecedented numbers of illegal aliens crossing our border and invading our country. Many of these individuals have committed violent felonies and other serious crimes since entering this country. As I traveled through all 11 counties in Wisconsin's 8th Congressional District, I heard from citizens who wanted the lawlessness to end. I also heard from sheriffs who had gang members taking up spaces in their jails with no plans to deport them. Make no mistake, this crisis was a policy choice of Joe Biden and the Democrats. They purposely shredded President Trump's successful border security playbook and allowed unmitigated illegal immigration to continue uninterrupted and unimpeded for 4 straight years. In just over 2 weeks since President Trump has taken office, he has done more to secure our border and protect Americans than President Biden did in 4 years. As you can see, over the past 2 years, there was an average of more than 1,500 illegal migrants encountered at our border every single day. President Trump's first days of office, that number had fallen to fewer than 50 encounters. Since then, we have continued to see a 63% drop in illegal encounters at the border on average. This is what happens when you have a president who prioritizes the safety of American citizens. President Trump has reinstated the Remain in Mexico policy, and I'm proud to co-sponsor a bill by Representative Brandon Gill to make this policy permanent so that future radical administrations cannot undo our progress. We also passed the Laken Riley Act and the Violence Against Women by Illegal Aliens Act. These bills ensure that anyone in this country illegally who commits a crime, whether it be a theft or sexual assault, will have an ICE detainer placed on them immediately. The House of Representatives just passed the HALT Act, permanently criminalizing fentanyl. In 2023, 70%, such as fentanyl. Every single life lost is more than a statistic. Families should not have to feel this heartbreak, and this legislation will prevent future lives from being lost to this deadly drug. This is just the beginning. We will not rest until our border is secure again and Americans feel safe in their communities again. My pledge to the people of Wisconsin's 8th Congressional District and to citizens all across the United States is that House Republicans will never relent in our mission to make America safe again. I want to thank President Trump and my Republican colleagues for their leadership on this issue. A nation without borders is no nation at all. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman. Next, we have from the great state of North Carolina, we have Brad Knott. Brad is a federal prosecutor, and he's seen firsthand the challenges that come with illegal immigration. And it was one of the ways that I truly learned about what was going on at the border. Congressman Knott and I had long discussions about the challenges that we face at the Department of Justice and the everyday trials and tribulations that people face because of this illegal activity. And so with this, I yield to the congressman from North Carolina who represents Central North Carolina, District 13.
Thank you, Congressman Herodopoulos. Mr. Speaker, I rise as the newly elected representative of North Carolina's 13th Congressional District. This being my first speech on the House floor, I want to take an opportunity to introduce myself to the House, to talk a little bit about our incredible district, and then highlight one of the single most important issues to me personally and one of the main motivating factors that led me to run for office: illegal immigration and the deep harm it inflicts on our country each and every day. First, the 13th Congressional District of North Carolina stretches all the way from Lee County to the state's northern border, and it includes Wake. We tout a wide array of professions, from dedicated farmers and retailers to manufacturers and medical professionals, providing the nation and the world with food, fuel, clothing, and care. And on January 3rd, when I was sworn into Congress, I was blessed and humbled to have my grandfather in the House chamber with me. Also, a lifelong North Carolinian, he fought and was wounded in World War II, fighting the Nazis before coming home to start a business, raise a family, and serve his community in many ways for decades. He and my father both inspired me to work hard and pursue a lifelong goal as serving as a federal prosecutor in the Eastern District of North Carolina, which I did for the better part of the last decade. I proudly worked along law enforcement at every level, local, state, and federal, to prosecute organized crimes and cases that touched every corner of the country. This, of course, included drug cartels, human traffickers, those who were here to commit financial crimes, national gangs, and many, many more. I saw how harmful policies weakened law enforcement and gravely wounded communities and households all over the country. The most glaring policy flaws involved the southern border. As soon as the Biden administration took power, their decisions made one thing very clear: the policy flaws involving the southern border and the illegal immigration crisis. They were no blunders of the Biden-Harris administration. This was a conscious and deliberate policy to flood the nation with illegal immigrants, not just from our neighbors to the south, but from all over the world. Behind me is a chart. Many of the viewers may recognize it as the chart that President Trump was viewing when he turned his head, a divine miracle that saved his life. But the chart itself shows directly that all President Biden and Kamala Harris had to do is nothing. We can see that the border was secure, illegal immigration was descending, and then as soon as they take power, it is like a vertical rocket ship. There is no gradual increase. It was an immediate increase. Me personally, I saw how the Biden and Merrick Garland DOJ put the brakes on enforcing our immigration laws, purposefully slowing immigration prosecutions down to a trickle. Open borders and redirected efforts allowed the international criminal organizations not only to take hold in this country, but they took hold in such a way that is far more pervasive than many Americans realize. Yes, we see the effects, but most do not fully understand the wide-reaching influence of these bad actors. As a point in thesis, we must address illegal immigration now. Now, I will say, I was very glad to read the reports yesterday of our new Attorney General, Ms. Bondi. On her very first day in office, she directed the DOJ to pause all federal funding for sanctuary cities. I applaud the Attorney General for taking this important step and state it is high time that public officials in democratically controlled cities and states around the country follow her lead and adhere to the rule of law. It is because of the reckless open border policies, again, designed and embraced by the Democratic Party, that every state has suffered. If I can turn to the next chart. And again, this next chart, it will show just how drastic the open border crisis was during the last 4 years. It's a little clearer, and again, this is the individuals on the terrorist watch list apprehended illegally crossing the open border. Again, we're talking about the ill effects of these policies. Fiscal year 17, 18, 19, 20, again, no involvement. And then 21, 22, 23, 24, it skyrockets. Again, all Americans have been put at risk. And it's because of these open border policies that we continue to mourn the entirely preventable crimes that so many Americans have faced. This, of course, includes the young lady named Laken Riley from Georgia, Rachel Morin in Maryland, and many others who died at the hands of illegal immigrants. As one other statistic, West Virginia, a rural state, loses more than 1,000 people every year from fentanyl smuggled across our southern border. Opioid overdoses are the leading cause of death among Americans in every state from 18 to 45. In Nevada, just those that we know about, human traffickers that are here illegally prey on up to 500 minors, shuffling them into sex trafficking. The statistics are endless. The examples are too numerous. And make no mistake about this, this wide, far-reaching crisis is in my community, it is in your community, and it is in every community around the country. With an open border and weak law enforcement policies, what I saw firsthand as a prosecutor, when I talked to these criminals, when I investigated their crimes, we must face the reality that every incentive exists for criminals around the world to come here to the United States, for organizations to come here to the United States to set up a permanent and entrenched presence because they prey on our people and they enrich themselves while doing it. Again, when I was prosecuting these cases, I saw firsthand how criminal illegal immigrants completely disregard our border, they disregard our laws, and they come here with one intent: to inflict harm on Americans while enriching themselves. Again, it was no secret what was happening. Across the Department of Justice, statistics were overwhelming as it relates to drug overdose deaths, addiction, the presence of cartels in our communities. Human traffickers and drug cartels clearly saw that the Biden administration was intent on undoing every enforcement mechanism that they had at the border. President Trump had figured it out. Joe Biden undid it. Our criminal justice system immediately, state and federal, became weighed down by the surging crime that accompanied our invasion from illegal immigrants. This crisis burdens not just our communities with public safety issues, as our public school system. By some estimates, illegal immigrant children account for up to 10 to 15% of the public school students in various portions of our country. By some estimates, it is estimated that we spend up to $150 billion per year at local, state, and federal levels that are direct payments for illegal immigrants. Again, there was one study that the Homeland Security Committee did in the 118th Congress that nearly 10% of the births covered by Medicaid were children of illegal immigrants. Now, proponents of illegal immigration and weak borders have for years, they have gaslit Americans into believing that it is inhumane to enforce our borders. Of course, this empty argument is ridiculous and easily rebutted on multiple levels. For those who have experienced the crime brought to our country from illegal immigration, we have a different perspective. I would submit allowing a criminal illegal alien who was arrested on multiple occasions to be free in our midst and to murder an innocent girl like Laken Riley, that is inhumane. Surrendering apartment complexes that are filled with hardworking American taxpayers to vicious gangs, that is inhumane. Allowing hundreds of thousands of Americans to die from one drug that enters into our country through one mechanism, an open southern border, through meticulous schemes of multinational criminal organizations, day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year, and to do nothing about it. That is inhumane. allowing millions more to fall into treacherous addiction with wide availability of dangerous drugs flowing across the open border, and again, to do nothing about it. That is inhumane. We see once mighty centers of American exceptionalism from New York City, Manhattan, Philadelphia, specifically the Kensington neighborhood, or even San Francisco, from east to west, north to south. A tsunami of illegal drugs have hollowed out countless individuals, countless homes, ruining lives, ruining neighborhoods, ruining cities, ruining states. Instead and insultingly, they have continued to incentivize, without check, illegal immigration, and they force you, the taxpayers, to foot the bill. Weak border proponents, including some of my colleagues on the other side of this aisle, they expect law enforcement to turn a blind eye to the trafficking of people across our border and around the country. They've played right into the cartels, making their policies and their efforts complicit in the abuse and the atrocities that we all see. This cycle is not only inhumane, it is as shameful as it is dangerous, and it will destroy our country if we do not fix it and fix it with urgency. I personally saw firsthand how criminal illegal aliens and the organizations that send them here capitalize on our open border policies, and how flatly wrong many, if not all, of the left's talking points are as they relate to the broader immigrant issue. The following observations of mine are supported by facts within our national law enforcement communities, and again, through firsthand observations. First, the left throws out any distinction between legal immigrants, legal immigrant descendants, and illegal immigrants and their descendants. There is a very stark contrast between those two camps. Second, the left claims that immigrants only, broadly speaking, they only want to come here to the United States for a better life, not formally by any stretch. There are hundreds of thousands, if not millions, who come here repeatedly, illegally, again, looking to enrich themselves through illegal activity at the American people's expense. I investigated and prosecuted dozens of individuals who worked in various sectors like banking, the auto repair business, the public school system, the agricultural business, shipping enterprises, and yes, even law enforcement, and countless other outlets. Those same people, while they had an honest job, they also engaged in violent crime, Medicaid fraud, or other types of crime in addition to their, quote, honest work. And at times, they even use their jobs to better facilitate criminal endeavors. This type of sophisticated criminal infrastructure is a cancer. It must be eradicated. And again, we must redirect the terrible policies that enable this ill in our country. Lastly, I will say this. The claim that immigrants commit far fewer crimes than native-born Americans, again, this statement is far too broad, and it is easily refuted. First, as the President's team has stated correctly, every person who enters our country illegally has committed a crime. That's 100% across the board. But secondly, and even more importantly, going directly to the heart of what that claim indicates, one must ask themselves, if we do not know who you are and why you are here, is it likely that you will be successfully investigated and prosecuted? Of course not. There are hundreds of thousands of people who cross over the border undetected. One must ask themselves, hypothetically, a native-born local thief, a pickpocket, is it easier to investigate and prosecute him, or someone that even our border enforcement authorities, our federal law enforcement authorities, or local law enforcement have no idea who they are? Of course, the former is easier to convict. With all that our country has endured, we simply must know who is entering our country and why they are coming here. Thankfully, we have all turned a page. The disastrous policies of Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and Mr. Mayorkas are being undone with rapid speed. President Trump alone, for a decade, has identified the threat of illegal immigration and how the American taxpayers are being damaged by those who come here to harm us collectively. We say America first because there is simply no plan B. Flatly speaking, nobody can save us if we do not save ourselves. As my colleagues have stated, so far Republicans have made great progress this cycle. We've passed the Laken Riley Act. We've passed the Preventing Violence Against Women by Illegal, reverse the incentive structures. We must classify illegal immigrant criminals for what they are, and we must punish them severely. It is a no-brainer, ladies and gentlemen. We must protect our borders, and by extension, all American citizens. If we don't, we run a grave risk of losing our country. Mr. Speaker, I yield back. Thank you.
I appreciate the good words from the Congressman from the 13th, giving real-world example of how this unfair policy has impacted so many of us, not just with dollars, but with lives. As I mentioned earlier, this is a crime in which we must end, and the good news, we are moving in that direction. What I mentioned before, I think, is so telling, and that is the idea of lives destroyed, trust violated, and hearts broken. You know, America is the land of opportunity and equal justice. And what was so frustrating in watching this issue grow over the last 4 years is that as people are paying more and more for rent, gasoline, the basics of life, here was the federal government actually subsidizing illegal activity, giving phone cards, giving cash cards, free housing, and other benefits while Americans were suffering each and every day. And to further complicate that issue, they were hiding these not only illegal individuals, but people who have committed crimes in sanctuary cities. And everyone in that neighborhood knew exactly who these people were, because we saw on day one, when Donald Trump took the office of presidency once again, those people were quickly identified, arrested, and deported, or put into jail if they committed a completely violent act. It was a no-brainer. As our colleagues before me talked about, all you had to do was nothing. I mean, it's the ultimate goal of life. I don't know the old idea of just show up and do nothing, and you'd actually continue to solve a problem. But the former president actually took action. New executive orders repealed the successful policies of President Trump, and the problem grew and grew and grew. And just a couple weeks ago, I reached out to the place that I used to serve in the Florida legislature, talking to what's called AHCA. AHCA is the group that oversees our healthcare system in Florida. And the numbers are there in concrete form. Over $500 million was put on the backs of taxpayers because illegal aliens accessed the medical system for free through the Medicaid or other devices, and those cost shifts would take place. That means $500 million was taken out of taxpayers' pockets that could have been spent on schools, hospitals, roads, the environment, or even tax reduction. Instead, it was spent on folks who shouldn't be here, period. And as you can imagine, my last name is a unique one. My dad was actually born in Athens, Greece, but he came here to make a better life. He wanted to play by the rules. And that's the second thing I want to kind of get into tonight. There are millions of people who want to come to here legally, yet they are being cut in line by people who are undercutting the rule of law. And those folks want to contribute. They have skills that we need: science, technology, engineering, and math, and other skills that we desperately need in this potential growing economy, especially if the Trump tax cuts are reinforced. But instead, we continue to spend with no hope inside. Great frustration, because when you look at the graph before, the president called it correctly. His policies actually worked. And it's so, I think, enlightening for all of us, and such a joy that when the president simply went back to the old policy, the number of illegals diminished to almost zero. And that means we can now go after those people who've been preying on the system, whether it be for financial or more, let's just say, devious means. I'm proud to represent the great state of Florida, and they have been aggressive about illegal immigration. In one of my first days in the Florida legislature, one of the bills that was actually introduced was to give illegal aliens a driver's license, a ticket to ride, so to speak. Fortunately, we were able to kill such legislation. Congressman Onder, back in 2008, passed legislation to get tough on sanctuary cities. Those policies simply work. You know, I think what all of us want to be, whether it be on the left side of the aisle or our side, we want problem solvers in America again. We want people who just want to come here and get things done. And candidly, I think that's why so many people love President Trump. He's a problem solver. He looks at a problem in a common sense way. He doesn't automatically put a Republican or Democratic spin on it. He says, how do we solve the problem? He talked to the experts. He put those ideas in place, and the border crisis went away in his first term. And he implemented those policies once again, 2 weeks into office. And we're back in a successful border. Because without a successful border, you simply don't have a nation. And so, again, I am encouraged by these actions, but just amazed that the president and his team, the prior president and his team, would turn their backs on the American people that gave them this opportunity to lead. And so it's going to be a challenging time to get this thing right. But the good news is that with President Trump in place, you've seen the changes in a clear and let's just say discernible way. So as we look at the testimony earlier by Congressman Knott, it's one of the reasons I really wanted to have this conversation today. A few weeks ago, before we were actually sworn into office, Congressman Knott and I sat down in Boston, and I said, what is really happening at the Department of Justice? Why are they not prosecuting these crimes? And as he mentioned in his very eloquent speech, he walks you through the crisis. He tells you how simple it is to solve this crisis, and the other team just chose to turn a blind eye. And the statistics are pretty overwhelming when you number of people who are in challenging situations. Now, just to give you an idea of how frustrating it is to so many people on this issue, is that as the Biden administration was winding down, they were looking to actually sell off the very border wall that the American public has already paid for. I mean, you talk about insulting. It is to the highest degree. They're literally letting this metal rot in the desert, rust, instead of just simply putting it up. And I'm glad to see, I must admit, one of the real highlights of my early career here in Congress was actually seeing the bipartisanship that was shown on the Lake and Riley bill. It was a pleasant surprise given the rhetoric of the prior 4 years. And I hope it's a sign of things to come. I happen to serve on the Financial Services Committee. I serve on the Science Committee and chair the Space Committee. Those should be bipartisan solutions in which we come across the aisle and solve problems as opposed to pointing fingers. And I really appreciate the kind words also the President this morning during his address the National Day of Prayer. And he talked about reaching across the aisle, solving problems in a concrete way. And this issue should be one where we all solve that problem. And again, I don't care about who gets let's say, support, because the American people support the idea of finally closing the gates to these people who come across illegally and opening the door once again to smart, common sense, legal immigration as opposed to illegal immigration. So as I get ready to close, I want to thank, first of all, these type of opportunities. America is such a unique place, and I think that I know as the other side of the aisle is going to have their hour today, we need to have these constructive dialogues because it seemed so hyperbolic during the campaign, the pointing fingers, but it's so nice to see a quick, decisive result in talking about illegal immigration and how quickly we can solve it. And once we solve this issue and truly secure our border and remove those people who should not be here, and I'm so glad the president is going first after those violent offenders who've been protected by sanctuary cities. And my former Attorney General, Pam Bondi, has now taken the reins at the Attorney General's office, and she is a tough-on-crime prosecutor. She's not a politico. She's a person who's been there throughout her career, who has been a problem solver, and cared about her state and now her nation and is saying, we will go after those. And if you are not going to enforce the law and you're a sanctuary city, move over. We're taking away your funding and we're extracting these people who have preyed on the system for too long and have been protected, sadly, by the political class in their community, turning their backs on the very people who put them into power and into office. I hope that we can have this constructive dialogue, and I'm optimistic that the Senate will take up our tough border ideas so that we can, again, create a logical immigration system that created so many opportunities for each of us. You know, we each have a story about how our parents or grandparents or great-grandparents, for that matter, came to this country. And that is that dream of America, that they want to come to America, assimilate, and live the American dream. And sadly, the actions of the previous administration undercut that very ideal because people take a sour view of immigration. So as I get ready to close today, I'm sorry the congressman from Colorado could not make it back from his other obligations. But I want to appreciate the good words of Congressman Knott and Congressman Onder and Congressman Weed. They have done a remarkable job of putting a human face on illegal immigration. And let us never forget that the biggest victims of this, besides the crisis with fentanyl, are those young boys and young girls that have been sold into sexual slavery. I don't like the term human trafficking because it's such a bland term. The term is sexual slavery. And I can't imagine the horrors that these individuals have gone through as they came across the border thinking that they would be given an opportunity in America, and said they were sentenced to a life of evil. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight on this important issue. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Florida yields his time. Under the Speaker's announcements policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Tonko, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the minority party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to bring attention to an issue that should concern all Americans. This evening in this order, we will be talking about scientific integrity. And to be a problem solver today, I believe it's important for leaders to embrace scientific integrity. And we'll talk about that throughout the course of the next hour. Every day, our nation's scientists are making vital contributions to our public health, our economy, and our national security. Modern society, as we know it, is only possible due to federal investments in everything from medical research and food safety to severe weather forecasting and pollution reduction. And these contributions extend far beyond our own borders, uplifting people all over the world through life-changing scientific breakthroughs and innovations. Under normal circumstances, federally funded scientists could often avoid the noise and clamor of public political debates. But as the world has seen over the last 2.5 weeks, the Trump administration is anything but normal. The president and his billionaire cronies took no time at all to begin attacking our world-renowned institutions that support publicly funded science. They are shamelessly attempting to destroy the visionary ideals of great leaders like President Franklin Roosevelt, who created the Federal Office of Scientific Research and Development during the Second World War. The creation of this office led to untold advancements in radar technology and nuclear energy, becoming a roadmap for our government to advance independent, fundamental, and necessary scientific knowledge for the benefit of all. After the war, our government treated science as a necessary answer to clear and present threats. Today, that is not the case. Federal research and development are primary targets of political attacks from this administration. Science is no longer the answer, but a direct threat to the cruel, backward, and barbaric Trump-esque agenda. We can only look at the president's first term in office to know how his administration will treat the scientific community. So what exactly is on the table here? What is at stake? It is scientific integrity. Scientific integrity, as defined by the National Science and Technology Council, is the adherence to professional practices, ethical behavior, and the principles of honesty and objectivity when conducting, managing, using the results of, and communicating about science and scientific activities. Inclusivity, transparency, and protection from inappropriate influence are hallmarks of scientific integrity. Integrity in research is essential for maintaining scientific excellence and keeping the public's trust. It's true that administrations from both parties may have violated scientific integrity at some point during their time in office, but the first Trump term exceeded them all with well over 150 reported attacks on science. They suppressed studies, altered reports, interfered in scientific processes, ignored concerns, refused to adopt scientifically backed guidelines, and politicized health assessments. The level of damage from these attacks was indeed staggering and affected every single agency that employs science in its decision-making process. That's why, as an engineer myself, I have consistently made it one of my top priorities in Congress to right the ship of America's science policy, because science lives at the very core of a healthy democracy. As part of that broad effort, I am proud to lead the bipartisan Scientific Integrity Act, which was reintroduced today alongside my dear friends and colleagues, Representatives Lofgren, Beyer, Bonamici, and Stevens, and over 100 original co-sponsors. This legislation establishes consistent scientific integrity policies across all agencies so that scientists, members of Congress, and the American people can put our faith in federal research findings. Thanks to the efforts of the Biden administration, more than 28 federal agencies have some form of scientific integrity policy today, but standards remain inconsistent. America's most important science is conducted, reviewed, communicated to the public, and incorporated into policy making in ways that must be transparent and free from inappropriate political, ideological, financial, and other undue influences. My colleagues and I are fighting to ensure that sound, evidence-based policy is always readily available for policymakers, and that scientists and advisors should never feel threatened to speak the truth. This is a critical moment. America is facing unprecedented challenges in the form of a rapidly changing climate, environmental contamination, and countless other concerns that threaten our public health, national security, and general welfare. We cannot afford to let the integrity of our scientific enterprise be demolished. The Trump administration and Elon Musk are a direct threat to U.S. scientific leadership on the global stage. My colleagues and I will highlight many of the most recent and egregious violations of scientific integrity by this new administration. From removing data and censoring research at the CDC to the politicization of career scientists across government, this administration has made it clear, once again, that they do not care about scientific integrity. They do not care about our national security or competing with China. They do not care about saving American lives threatened by the climate crisis. They do not care about public health or ensuring the safety and the well-being of families from the threat of the deadly viruses that we've seen, like COVID-19. The scientific knowledge we carry forward is critical for our continued survival, even as its validity is being questioned at a scale unprecedented in modern history. America has both the skill and the structure to develop the knowledge we need. Thankfully, many are rising to the defense of scientific integrity, and the reality is that this should not be a partisan issue. Over the many years that I've led this bill, my colleagues across the aisle have been more than willing to join the effort. It passed out of the House Science, Space, and Technology Committee back in the 116th session of Congress with overwhelming support from both parties. I like to think that we all recognize how important sound science is to making any sort of progress in our great nation. And indeed, a tremendous amount of progress was made under the last administration. It is in the interest of all members of this body, from every district across our country, to support scientific integrity, to support the outstanding scientific talent who comes from all over the nation and the globe to do research right here in our federal agencies or with federally funded grants or at our world-class academic institutions. I hope that my colleagues across the aisle hear this and understand what is at stake. Decades of repair will be necessary to undo the damage that has already been done. With that, I would now like to yield, Mr. Speaker, to my good friend from Virginia's 8th District, Representative Don Beyer. Don is a member of the Ways and Means Committee, but an active person working for improvement as it relates to scientific integrity. We appreciate his sponsorship on the bill and his work to drive soundness and reflection of science in all of our policy discussions. Thank you, Don, for joining us.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, thank you. And Mr. Tonko, thank you so much for your leadership and for putting this together and for leading this bill year after year. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to the Trump administration's unconscionable and irresponsible attacks on America's scientific integrity. The very foundation of our success as a world power has been our scientific prowess. And now the Trump administration is threatening to undermine that success. That's why I'm here to talk about our bill with Representative Paul Tonko, the Scientific Integrity Act, and to defend the very foundation of what makes America a global leader, our scientific leadership and infrastructure. I'm proud to represent the National Science Foundation here in Alexandria, Virginia, the very heart of Virginia. The NSF is an incredible resource and institution. It was established in 1950 by Congress as an independent agency to promote scientific advancement in America. For 75 years, it has repeatedly accomplished that goal. NSF has helped to keep the U.S. at the forefront of scientific discovery. It helped catalyze the internet, developed the technology for MRI machines and 3D printing machines. It created American Sign Language, detected gravitational waves, developed LASIK eye surgery, and much, much more. Over its lifetime, the National Science Foundation has supported over 350,000 scientists, and of this number, 262 have won Nobel Prizes. Trump has already begun unprecedented attacks on the scientific community, with purges of NSF workers and grants, scientific advisors, and the broader scientific workforce. I strongly oppose these efforts to target the National Science Foundation and weaken one of the guiding lights that make America strong. I'm also deeply concerned about this new era of censorship in science. NSF employees were given a list of words, this list of words, to look for in grants and flag them for possible termination. This, by the way, is only a sampling of the words. It's much longer. Mr. Speaker, I invite you and all who are watching to take a look at this list right next to me. This is just a portion of the full list, but it's a representative sample. Oh, wait, I can't use representative. It's on the list. What's most frustrating to me is that many of these words are just standards words you would use in basic science. Why the censorship? I thought Republicans hated the cancel culture. This list contains women and female, but no mention of men or male. My Republican friends have been telling me that there are only two genders. But now that we can't speak the word woman, are we down to just one? There's black and indigenous are on this list, but no white. It's very clear that the only identity not censored is mine. But why is being a woman or being part of a tribe make you ineligible for science? Why is the Trump administration attacking tribal communities? I also don't understand this censorship of indigenous communities. It's also clear that the person who wrote this list has never been a scientist. It is ill-fitting, unwise, and actively harmful for scientific purposes. The inclusion of many of these words like bias, included, or excluded clearly shows that none of these people in charge of this list were scientists. If there were, they would know that many of these words are used in common scientific papers. Mr. Speaker, imagine if you were a grant applicant applying to develop the newest MRI technology or develop a new drug locally, or if you were on the precipice of discovering a new gene in a plant, or if you were about to take pictures of two black holes for the first time. Imagine that this is your life's work. And now imagine that you have to comb through your proposal or your dissertation you spent months or years working on just to find every instance of words that don't belong there. It doesn't matter if your instance of the word polarization refers to the magnetic field on an MRI machine instead of political polarization. It doesn't matter if your use of the word indigenous is referring to an indigenous plant, or if activism refers to the state of an enzyme, or inclusion or exclusion refers to the statistical analysis of the variables you are using. And it doesn't matter if black refers to the black hole you're studying. Your study is now going to be flagged by Trump's immature, and sometimes we learn today even blatantly racist, cronies at DOGE, who built a flowchart on how to handle these words. They want to find any way to terminate your program regardless of intent. The fact that these commonly used words are on this list indicates a lack of consideration of basic science. Someone should have spent more time in high school chemistry, physics, or biology class. The list also indicates that the Trump administration is sending NSF on an internal manhunt, one that will waste an incredible amount of time and energy that could be much better used on advancing science. If this list forces scientists to rewrite papers to avoid or minimize use of the words found on this arbitrary list, it further delays our already long grant process, and then it hurts science. If this list delays a drug's development or incredible discoveries that keep America at the forefront of scientific development, then it hurts science. And if scientists are interrogated by DOGE to determine if their use of polarization refers to a scientific principle or a political principle, then it hurts science. And if our scientists have to seriously reconsider whether they even want to apply for the grant in the first place, then it hurts science. And if NSF is discouraged from hiring or giving grants to any scientists except white, non-Hispanic men, well, we shouldn't expect many Nobel Prizes in the future. And if this treatment of our science and our scientists escalates and pushes scientists out of America or out of the field, then it only hurts our economy, hurts our country, and it helps China. It's time to stop this madness and protect the American success story. And that's why I'm here today, to decry these attacks on America, our science, and the National Science Foundation. And that's why our Scientific Integrity Act is so important. This bill would call on agencies to develop scientific integrity standards. We need scientists, not corrupt industry hacks, leading our future. We need scientists who seek the truth, rather than those who are paid to produce studies that help the businesses who pay them. I urge my colleagues to join us on the Scientific Integrity Act and act now to protect America's international leadership. And I yield my time back.
Thank you, Representative Beyer, for joining us in this fight, and thank you for the very challenging observations that you have shared, and again, your activism on behalf of this bill and science in general is most appreciated. Within the first few weeks of the Trump administration, we have seen an onslaught of attacks on scientists, on science, and evidence-based decision-making. At the CDC alone, at the Center for Disease Control alone, we have seen public communications halted, critical data sets made inaccessible, and scientific manuscripts purged of terms deemed to invoke so-called gender ideology. CDC researchers were instructed to remove references to or mentions of a list of forbidden terms such as gender, transgender, pregnant person, pregnant people, LGBT, transsexual, non-binary, assigned male at birth, assigned female at birth, biologically male, biologically female. Now, this effort to scrub scientific terms, erase demographic data, and silence researchers is not just wrong, it is dangerous. Health disparities exist. The data proves it. Ignoring those disparities, preventing experts from studying them, will not make them disappear. It will only make our response to crises weaker, less effective, and certainly less equitable. When we can't track racial and ethnic disparities, gender and sexual orientation, and health outcomes, we lose the ability to make informed, evidence-based decisions. Doctors and policymakers rely on clear, unaltered data to guide their work. Without it, we risk failing in the fight against public health crises like HIV and Mpox and maternal mortality. Let me be clear, this is not just about words on a website. This is about access to life-saving information. It is about whether we allow science to function as it should, or whether we allow political interference to dictate what truths we can or cannot acknowledge. I urge all of my colleagues, this administration, and all who value truth in science to push back against this alarming trend. Scientific integrity must be protected, not just for our research community, but for the millions of Americans whose health and well-being certainly depend on it. Next, I'm going to yield to a good friend from the state of Illinois, representing Illinois' 11th District, a member of the Financial Services Committee, and again, a very active, outspoken, bold voice for scientific integrity. Representative Bill Foster, thank you for joining us this evening.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Tonko, for holding this special order hour on preserving scientific integrity. Mr. Speaker, I'm a scientist. For 25 years before entering Congress, I worked at Fermi National Accelerator Lab, smashing protons and antiprotons together to make particles that had not been around since the Big Bang. And if you are a scientist and you stand up and you deliberately say something that you know is not true, or if you publish something fraudulent, it is a career-ending move. You will lose your position. Nobody will publish your papers. You are done. And it should be that way, frankly, in politics. And the reason that we scientists take truthfulness so seriously is that we're always operating on the frontiers of what is scientifically known. We are always operating with statistically incomplete data sets, with partially confirmed hypotheses, and in defining the next experiments to perform to get to the next level of scientific truth. So we scientists simply cannot tolerate the additional uncertainty of whether or not the person that we're listening to is deliberately lying or even hiding parts of what they know to be the scientific truth. And that is why it is so corrosive and demeaning when the Trump administration orders scientists to suppress their best understanding of the scientific truth, forcing scientists to choose between either their scientific integrity or potentially their jobs. As the Trump administration has already made it clear that they will continue to undermine science and dismiss evidence-based policies, this discussion could not come at a more important time. But unfortunately, the situation is not new. During the first Trump administration, as chair of the House Science Committee's Subcommittee on Investigations, one of the first hearings that I held was on the damage done to our nation's scientific enterprise by the president's policies. The statistics were concerning. There were significant losses in key STEM positions in the Department of Energy, the Environmental Protection Agency, NOAA, including a 20% reduction in the Department of Energy Office of Nuclear Energy, something that Republicans claim to support. Far too often, a scientist's expertise was simply ignored, or their motives were questioned, or their work was dismissed or censored. Unsurprisingly, this resulted in a hemorrhaging of career scientists of all different backgrounds from our federal workforce and from the university programs that they supported. Often, these talented scientists left for better offers in the private sector. This departure of so much scientific talent and institutional knowledge from the government and from our universities represents a permanent competitive disadvantage for the United States. So, the responsibility, once again, falls on lawmakers like myself and my colleagues to protect the funding of and the scientific freedom of speech that drives scientific advancement. It is our duty to ensure that regardless of the political climate, science remains at the forefront of our nation's progress and innovation. But even as Trump continues his onslaught of executive orders that neglect scientific fact, I know that many of my sensible colleagues on the other side of the aisle would not want to see the U.S. fall behind in this era of rapid technological innovation. That's precisely what we risk if we do not continue to fund and support the scientists at our federal agencies and the scientific programs that they support around the country. And at the same time, we must also make sure that we support scientists of all different backgrounds, including those who come to the U.S. for their education and want to stay and contribute their skills to our economy. During my 2 decades at Fermi National Accelerator Lab, some of the brightest and most accomplished scientists and engineers that I had the privilege to work with came from foreign countries. And in one circumstance that still makes me angry, we lost one of them, of our best and brightest, through LGBT intolerance in our immigration policies. And so I know firsthand that Trump's dangerous rhetoric against diversity in our federal workforce threatens the very foundation of what fuels U.S. innovation. Both Democrats and Republicans actually recognize this truth. my Keep STEM Talent Act, which would effectively staple a green card to a graduate degree to international STEM students who study at U.S. University, received bipartisan support with multiple Republican co-sponsors. So I urge my sensible colleagues on the other side of the aisle to support efforts like this and increase the resiliency of our federal workforce and help defend our nation's competitive edge in the face of these growing threats. Thank you, and I yield back.
Representative Foster, we appreciate your participation this evening and for your work as a scientist and engaging all of us in the importance of having unadulterated science policy and science research done so that we can move forward with the pure truth and science-based and evidence-based discussion. So scientific integrity, the lack thereof, has its consequences. Once again, we are witnessing a troubling pattern. Science and public health experts are being sidelined. The decision to purge members of the EPA's Science Advisory Board and Clean Air Scientific Advisory Committee is nothing short of a setback for scientific integrity. These panels exist to provide statutorily required, independent, science-driven public health reviews, not to serve as a revolving door for political agendas. History has shown us what happens when we weaken those advisory bodies by replacing well-respected academic experts with representatives that are financially tied to regulated industries. The last time a similar purge took place, key air quality standards were delayed and polluters were given a pass. And who suffers? Children. Children with asthma. Seniors with heart and lung disease. Communities already burdened by pollution. Let's be clear, sound science is the foundation upon which we build public health protections. Just last year, based on expert recommendations from the CASAC, EPA strengthened fine particle pollution standards for the first time in over a decade. The reason was simple. The science was sound. Fine particulate matter from sources like fossil fuel combustion and wildfires is directly linked to lung disease, heart attacks, and premature death. The evidence demanded action, and public health won. But now that progress is at risk. This move sends a dangerous message that politics matters more than science and that corporate interests carry more weight than public health. That simply is unacceptable. The American people deserve clean air and strong environmental protections grounded in facts, not the whims of special interests. I will not stand by while scientific integrity is undermined, expert voices are silenced, and our nation's environmental safeguards are eroded. I will continue fighting to ensure that science, not politics, guides our policies and that the health and well-being of our communities remain the top priority. Next, I'm going to yield to a good friend and colleague who is a bold voice on the Science and Tech Committee, Science, Space, and Technology Committee. I should get the entire lingo out there. But Susan Bonamici, Congresswoman Bonamici from Oregon's 1st District, has been preaching scientific integrity for a long while. And we appreciate, Representative, you joining us this evening.
Well, thank you so much, Congressman Tonko, and thank you for your leadership on this important issue. I have been on the Committee on Science, Space, and Technology since I joined Congress 13 years ago, Mr. Speaker, and I tell you, it's been so inspiring to meet and hear from some of the nation's and sometimes the world's leading scientists. And so today, I rise in defense of science and scientific integrity, and in defense of truth. And I rise in defense of the hardworking scientists and researchers who dedicate their careers to keeping our country safe, our economy strong, and our future secure. The assault that's happening right now at our federal science agencies is appalling and it's dangerous, and it must be stopped. The Trump administration, working hand in hand with Elon Musk and a shadowy group of hackers calling itself the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, is dismantling the critical programs that protect clean air and water, grow the economy, and save American lives. Experienced and talented scientists at NOAA and the National Science Foundation, they're being demeaned and threatened with termination. Communications have been disrupted. Critical research has been stalled. This is not just an attack on these individuals. It's an attack on the very foundation of our nation's scientific enterprise. It's also affecting higher education. There's a lot of research being done with NSF grants at higher education. It's not efficiency. It's not reform. It's sabotage. And for what? To silence the truth about the fact that climate change is real and poses a serious threat, to give billionaires more control over public institutions, to gut the research that drives American innovation at a time when China and the EU and the rest of the world are making moves to surge ahead. My home state of Oregon received more than $370 million in federal research grants last year. That funding supported groundbreaking research into cleaner, cheaper energy, earthquake and tsunami warning systems, and wildfire prevention. That funding is now in jeopardy because Donald Trump has unlawfully and unconstitutionally halted federal research dollars. That means it stalled renewable energy innovation. That means fewer tools to combat wildfires. It means fewer jobs in the growing industries that help our state and country thrive. I want to follow up on the remarks that Mr. Byer made recently and all the words that are going to trigger this review. Women, but not men, disability, advocacy, institutional barrier. What if somebody's doing research on the Great Barrier Reef? Are they going to be denied their funding? I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, there's nothing woke or DEI or radical about predicting the next devastating earthquake or tsunami, detecting a wildfire before it spreads, or protecting ocean health to support our coastal and fishing economies. Demonizing committed scientists is shameful. Impairing decades of life-saving research because it might help communities on the front lines of the climate crisis is derelict. And infiltrating federal agencies with unelected hackers and rescinding lawfully appropriated funds, it's illegal. Is this what happens when we have a lawless, science-denying, vindictive person in the White House? I'll tell you, we won't stand for it. Oregon's coastal communities rely on NOAA for fisheries management, ocean health monitoring, storm forecasting. Without it, livelihoods and lives are at risk. So let me be crystal clear. Silencing scientists doesn't stop hurricanes. Firing researchers doesn't stop rising sea levels. And blocking climate data doesn't change the fact that last year was the hottest year in recorded history. The United States has long been the world leader in scientific innovation. We led the space race, we mapped the human genome, we pioneered the technology that powers the global economy. But today, under this administration's reckless interference, we're watching that leadership slip away. We're watching our scientific edge erode, and we're watching America's future be sold off to the highest bidder. You know, this is frustrating. I just read that the National Cryptologic Museum, they just taped sheets of paper over plaques that celebrated women and people of color who served honorably in the National Security Agency. That is absurd and demeaning. The assault on science demands action. What's happening now is not leadership, it's not patriotism, it's corruption. I truly hope that my Republican colleagues who for years have recognized the value of federal science agencies and advocated for their investment, I hope they'll join me and speak out against this reckless attack on scientists and science. Congress must reassert its constitutional authority to guard the science agencies it authorized and the funds it's appropriated from political corrosion. Public data, peer review, and a diverse research workforce are the cornerstones of the U.S. science enterprise. Yes, I said diverse. Politically driven propaganda masquerading as science like we saw during the first Trump administration, remember the Sharpie Gate, it erodes public trust and it damages scientific credibility. So, Mr. Speaker, we must protect the integrity of our federal science agencies. The world is watching. We must restore funding to the research that drives our economy. It's a lot of the basic research that then goes into advanced research in the private sector. We must hold those who undermine scientific integrity accountable, no matter how powerful they think they are. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now I yield back to Mr. Tonko.
Thank you, Representative Bonamici, for joining us this evening, but more importantly, for your work on science, tech, and space as a committee, and for your leadership in fighting for scientific integrity. Earlier, Mr. Speaker, I made mention of ongoing censorship at CDC, at the Center for Disease Control. We are seeing climate-related information targeted at other agencies, too. It's not just targeting CDC. We're seeing climate-related information disappearing from government sites, from NASA to the Department of Agriculture. But this isn't just about tweaking websites. It's a deliberate effort to erase essential data that researchers, farmers, businesses, and communities across the country rely on. We've seen this playbook before. The Trump administration is once again using the same tactics from its first term, removing climate language, pausing programs, and undermining science. Take the USDA's Partnership for Climate Smart Commodities, for example, a program designed to help advance sustainable practices. It has funded critical work with food companies, nonprofits, and universities to help farmers shrink their carbon footprint, develop more resilient crops, and restore land. By halting programs like this, the administration is stripping our agricultural sector of the very tools it needs to withstand worsening floods and droughts and wildfires. We cannot afford to turn back. We cannot allow climate denial to override science. The cost of inaction is already upon us. In just the last few years, extreme weather has wiped out entire peach crops in Georgia, flooded farms in North Carolina, and worsened citrus greening disease in the Florida oranges crop. Wildfires in the West have devastated vineyards, while droughts have forced ranchers to shrink their herds. I urge my colleagues and this administration, Mr. Speaker, to reject this dangerous retreat from science. We must defend the data, the research, and the progress for which we have fought. Because in the face of a worsening climate crisis, denial isn't just irresponsible, it indeed is deadly. Now, scientists knew that change was coming under the Trump administration, but few were prepared for the chaos and the fear caused by a flurry of executive orders and policy shifts that have destabilized the American engine for innovation and discovery. Overnight, researchers were left questioning whether their work, their funding, or even their careers could survive a political assault on science itself. This is not an abstract concern. It is an existential threat to our nation's scientific enterprise. Scientists should be focused on their next breakthrough, not their next paycheck. They should be in the lab, not fighting for the right to pursue knowledge free from political interference. But instead, we see confusion, delays, and outright fear gripping our research institutions. Postdoctoral fellows are scrambling to pay their bills because their stipends have been frozen. Research projects essential to public health, economic prosperity, and national security are being reviewed not for their scientific merit, but for whether they contain words like diversity, women, or underrepresented. Our United States have long been a beacon of research excellence because we uphold principles that transcend politics. We have built a system that rewards rigorous, peer-reviewed research, that fosters a diverse and dynamic scientific workforce, and keeps American innovation at the forefront globally. But those principles are now under attack. We cannot allow political ideology to dictate which discoveries are pursued and which are silenced. We cannot allow critical research, whether on climate change, public health, or emerging technologies, to be derailed by short-sighted political mandates. And we certainly cannot allow the United States to cede its leadership in science and technology to competitors who are eager to capitalize on our self-inflicted wounds. The CHIPS and Science Act, which I was proud to support, underscores our commitment to a broad, inclusive, and merit-based research enterprise. It recognizes that diversity is not a threat to science, it is a strength. The next great discovery, the next cure, the next technological revolution could come from any lab, any researcher, any corner of this country. And I truly believe the pioneer spirit is really in our DNA as a nation. But only if we let science be science. I stand with the scientific community in calling for the protection of scientific integrity and the rejection of any effort that seeks to muzzle, manipulate, or politicize research. We must ensure that American scientists can continue to push the boundaries of human knowledge, free from fear and with full confidence that their government stands behind them. And with that, ask again, Mr. Speaker, that people join us in this effort for a Scientific Integrity Act to be passed in this House, moved to the Senate, and signed into law. It is about the strength of our nation, the future of discovery, and again, honoring the pioneer spirit of America. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman from New York yields. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the President. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to say a few words this evening about the rapid advancements that we are witnessing when it comes to the capability of artificial intelligence models. And I don't refer just to some of the narrow applications that folks are familiar with, that they might take advantage of in their work, that they might fear eventually replacing them in work. These are sort of the narrow conceptions that exist in public discourse. But the broader situation here involves the explicit goal of the leading labs to create what is known as artificial general intelligence, which is incredibly capable models that exceed human capability across essentially any domain. And I find it stunning that some of the advancements that we've seen lately have gone essentially unnoticed, unreported on by the media. What we've seen just in the last few weeks, I think on several occasions, there should have been front page stories about the dramatic advances that have been made given the capacity these advances hold for transforming our lives, our economy, our society, and much else. So what I wanted to do today is present a few just basic thoughts on and pieces of information on the development and the innovation that's been taking place. And I'm someone that has no technical expertise in this area at all. I just try to follow it closely because I believe the changes that will be upon us soon are so profound. And to get just kind of a flavor for the scale of change that I'm talking about, here are a few quotes from leaders in the field. From Sundar Pichai, who's the CEO of Google. He says, AI is probably the most important thing humanity has ever worked on. I think of it as something more profound than electricity or fire. Demis Hassabis, who is the founder of DeepMind, echoed these sentiments. He said, AI should not be thought of as just another technology. He said, it is more epoch-defining than even the internet or mobile, more like electricity or fire. Sam Altman, who of course is the head of OpenAI, said, with these new abilities, we can have shared prosperity to a degree that seems unimaginable today. In the future, everyone's lives can be better than anyone's life is now. Eventually, we can each have a personal AI team full of virtual experts in different areas working together to create almost anything we can imagine. Along those lines, Elon Musk, who in addition to his other ventures is the founder of xAI, says that, quote, AI will ultimately render money meaningless. Why is that? Because he believes the capabilities will essentially allow any person access to basically any good that they desire. Dario Amodei, who is the CEO at another lab, Anthropic, says that it is his guess that powerful AI could accelerate the rate of scientific discoveries by a factor of 10. Giving us the next 50 to 100 years of biological progress in just the next 5 to 10 years. And we're already seeing incredible applications such as AlphaFold from DeepMind, which Demis Hassabis recently won the Nobel Prize for, which has predicted the 3D structures of over 200 million proteins, is essentially solving the protein folding problem. At the recent unveiling of the Stargate initiative, Mr. Altman was joined by Larry Ellison, who also spoke about the potential to cure cancer and essentially any other disease. So this might all sound pretty vague, certainly very optimistic. Maybe it sounds like hype. So I wanted to present a couple of charts that really clearly make this point, not only about the ultimate potential of AI models, but about the rapid acceleration that we are right now, currently, in the midst of. So this chart is one metric of basically how smart a model is. It's called the GPQA diamond. And so if you look at the chart here, this axis is how well it does on the test, the model. This axis is when the model was released, and the different models over time are the X's there. And the chart doesn't actually go back that far. It just goes back to July of 2023, and we're looking at basically 35% for one of the models then. And you see that the line continues to go up steadily, a little bit at a time. And now, just in the last few weeks, you've seen this truly exponential growth rate. Those are both OpenAI models that are listed there, O1 Pro and O3. I guess the number O2, there was some trademark issue, so they jumped right from 1 to 3. But that shows you that we are on a rapidly accelerating curve. And we now have a second chart that I think makes this point even more clearly. Because one of the problems with the benchmarks that are being used to judge the capability of models is they get saturated very quickly. The models are becoming so much smarter that they ace the exam, and so the exam isn't good for anything anymore. So you had this effort to come up with what they called humanity's last exam, saying once they can solve this, then they've solved just about anything. So this was unveiled, and the model's GPT-4o, which is actually the model that most people use. If you just go to ChatGPT, that's the one that is sort of defaulted to. Didn't do so well, 3.3%. However, we are now up to the latest model that OpenAI has released, 26.6%. I included this tweet from, I think this actually is a reporter, who said, when I wrote about humanity's last exam, the leading AI model got an 8.3% score. 5 models now surpass that, and the best model gets 26.6%. That was 10 days ago. So in 10 days, we've gone from 8.3% to 26.6% on humanity's last exam. By the way, you'll see that DeepSeek is here at a respectable 9.4%. This is kind of the exception, where you have seen a lot of media coverage of an advancement in AI, but the coverage really focused on the geopolitical implications of having this breakthrough come from a Chinese company. Now, of course, that is a very, very serious and concerning topic, but kind of lost in the coverage was perhaps the more important point of what it means for all of us, for humanity collectively, when we see this sort of exponential growth in the capability of these AI models. And what is essentially driving this very recent now trend of exponential growth is the advent of unlocking a new scaling law around what's called test time compute. So for a while, the way that these models were getting more capable was by scaling up the computation that went into training them. So you train the model, and they became more and more powerful as you use more and more GPUs and compute to train them, and then after a fine-tuning process, you end up releasing them and folks use them. So what is now happening is that sort of scaling law has leveled off some, but now the new scaling law that's been unlocked is when you, the user, actually enter a query into a Claude or Gemini or ChatGPT or whatever your model is, it'll take time to sort of think about the answer. And it's then we're scaling up the compute that is involved in that thinking process. So they're called thinking or reasoning models. And just in whatever it was, a few weeks when OpenAI went from the O1 model to the O3 model, we saw this incredible increase in capability, and there's not really any sign that it's slowing down. And so the implication of that is that we might see even more rapid and even more astonishing advances very soon. And it is pretty astonishing what these systems can accomplish even now. I mean, I'm someone who doesn't know how to write a line of code, but you can go to these latest models and say, I can basically design you a rudimentary computer game instantly by just telling the model what to code. And then for some of them, like Claude, it'll actually produce some version of it right there for you, or others you can just cut and paste it into some other application, but then it creates the application for you. So, you know, on the last chart, it said we're now kind of above the level of a PhD in their field, which is a pretty high bar to begin with. And, you know, the acceleration ahead could be further stimulated by the fact that this applies to many fields, but also to computer science. So you could well see, in fact, you're already seeing it to some extent, and it's likely to pick up dramatically, the models themselves that are working on their own coding, that are contributing to their own growth and capability. You're also, by the way, seeing models that are built around solving specific problems. I mentioned AlphaFold, or models built around discovering new materials. And then you also have uses of AI that are guiding action in the physical world, such as self-driving cars. If you don't live in LA or San Francisco or Phoenix, you probably haven't ridden in a Waymo, but it works incredibly well as a driverless vehicle. It's surpassed the market share of Lyft, I believe, now in San Francisco. And this has been made possible largely by AI, or similarly, Tesla's self-driving system is available in millions of cars being trained with a neural network. And none of this also accounts for the potential of quantum computing, where Google recently achieved an incredible breakthrough, and the interaction of quantum and AI could lead to even more staggering results. So this acceleration is happening very, very fast, and my purpose in talking about it is not to say, is not a call for regulation, although I do think some regulation is appropriate, but ultimately no regulation is going to stop this, or really even dramatically slow down this progress. I mean, the example of DeepSeek and what China is working on makes that point very clearly. I do, however, think that we need to invest heavily in research around AI safety and alignment. And I think what we really need to ask are just some fundamental questions about how we might prepare for the radical transformation that could be upon us very soon. We need more public awareness of what's going on and more voices involved, because right now, you know, the advance from OpenAI's latest models from O1 to O3 isn't really a topic of public discussion, isn't a headline in any major newspaper. The discourse is really limited to those who work at these labs or work adjacent to them in Silicon Valley, or some fairly small online communities who are talking about these things. But they're increasingly becoming very relevant to the lives of all of us. And so I think we need to have more voices involved in shaping how we manage this technology, how we prepare for what's ahead, and how we can identify and preserve the values that really matter to us as a nation and as humanity in the face of this radical change. So to that end, I'm planning to continue to give regular updates from this floor on advances in artificial intelligence, advances towards AGI, artificial general intelligence, or ASI, and the implications that it might have. And I do this, again, as someone who's not an expert in this area, that doesn't understand the technology at a deep level, but believes that its implications are so profound that we need to have everyone in our country involved in considering how we prepare for it. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to announce that I am sponsoring the High Quality Charter Schools Act, which has the potential to give millions more students in this country access to an excellent education. Now, as the chair of the House Subcommittee on Education that spans K-12 as well as pre-K, I am extremely concerned about the continual decline of American education, as illustrated dramatically in the recent National Assessment for Education Progress Score, showing that our students, our test scores continue to decline in math and in reading. This is incredibly concerning when it comes to the life prospects for these young people as well as the future of our country. And I think one of the powerful ways that we can change this trajectory is by highlighting the schools that are out there that are doing a really good job, because there are a lot of great schools out there. In my district, we have a number of phenomenal schools. And this is true for traditional public schools, for charter schools, as well as for private schools. You don't, in a sense, have to reinvent the wheel when you think about good education policy, because we have schools and school systems out there that are doing the job very well right now. And this is especially true when it comes to the charter sector. Charters have generally shown to, as a sector, lead to additional days of student learning in any given year, but you can then hone in on the truly excellent charter schools, and they're getting just unbelievable results in a lot of cases. And so this bill is providing a 50% tax credit for donations to nonprofit charter school organizations that have a track record of excellence. So it'll make it easier for them to replicate themselves, to expand, to open new schools based upon their already proven successful model, and thereby invite in more kids. A lot of these really successful charters have hundreds, thousands of kids on their wait list. So if we can create more seats, then that's going to be that many more kids getting access to a great education. And by the way, that'll also have good effects on the neighboring school districts that will then be able to adapt themselves and try to offer a higher quality education product themselves. The virtue of the charter school model, which I think ought to be incorporated more into the traditional public school system as well, is that, number one, you have flexibility for the folks that run the schools. They're not told by state or federal departments of education exactly how they have to run their schools. They don't have a million regulations to comply with. They're able to pursue their own educational vision. But the trade-off is that in turn for that flexibility in terms of how the schools run, there's accountability for outcomes. There's accountability for actually doing a good job educating kids. And that accountability also comes from the fact that they don't get students assigned to them just by default based on who's in the neighborhood. They actually have to attract families to come and sign up to go to school there. And then the third part of the equation is that families do have that choice, is providing choices to families as to where they send their child to school. So you have flexibility on the front end, accountability on the back end, and choices for families. That is the formula that has proven to be so successful. And this legislation will be very powerful in expanding the impact of that formula. There's perhaps no more high-impact use of education dollars than expanding successful charter schools, because they're already doing the job very well. And by the way, they're most effective when it comes to closing achievement gaps and to helping students in underserved communities. So I'm very excited about this legislation. Look forward to building support for it throughout this year and ultimately getting it signed into law. Mr. Speaker, I wish to recognize a valued member of my team who will be retiring at the end of this month, Edward G. Heidig. Before joining my office, Ed had a vibrant career in public service. Early on in that career, he worked for former Senator Pete Wilson in his D.C. office as a legislative assistant. Ed then went on to serve in a variety of roles within state and federal departments, including as the director of the Department of Conservation for the state of California, deputy secretary and general counsel for the California Business, Transportation, and Housing Agency, director of the California Office of Administrative Law, general counsel for the Diocese of Sacramento, chief deputy director for the California Department of Managed Healthcare, and regional director for the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Shortly after I was elected and came into office, Ed came out of retirement to become my senior field representative for Placer County. During his tenure as a senior field representative, Ed played an absolutely vital role towards establishing my congressional district office, and he quickly became integrated and much beloved in the Placer County community. His role included responsibilities in facilitating community relationships with government entities, providing congressional recognition and awards, hosting events, participating in community gatherings, scheduling meetings, mentoring interns, and recording the oral histories of veterans through the Veterans History Project, just to name a few. And he was very popular, has become very popular in Placer County, did a fantastic job for us. He's known by our team for his quick wit, tenacity, care, and compassion, not to mention his unique vocabulary, and of course his signature catchphrase, "Thank you for your consideration." Ed is held in high esteem by his colleagues and those who have the great pleasure of knowing him. We were very fortunate to have his high level of expertise in my district office, which he's used to provide outstanding constituent services during my first term in Congress. Ed's sense of humor, congeniality, team spirit, hard work, and determination will be missed by me for sure and by all of our team. And on behalf of the United States House of Representatives, I am honored to thank and recognize Edward Heidig for his service to the people of Placer County and California's 3rd Congressional District, and I wish him the very best in his retirement. Mr. Speaker, I wish to recognize the receipt of a new Holocaust Torah at the Temple Or Rishon, a Jewish synagogue located in Orangevale, California. I was honored to attend the rededication of the Torah for its original purpose to this temple community on February 2nd, along with the Consul General of Israel to the Pacific Northwest, Marco Sermoneta. This scroll is approximately 155 years old, having survived the Holocaust during World War II, and it came to the temple from the Memorial Scrolls Trust. The Trust is a charitable organization that was established to preserve and care for the over 1,500 Torah scrolls rescued from Czechoslovakia, where they'd been looted by the Nazis. These scrolls were discovered in the early 1960s in a warehouse in Prague. Having raised the necessary funds to restore this particular Torah scroll, Temple Or Rishon is among the few institutions in the world to be entrusted with one of the Holocaust Torahs. This Torah represents the incredible traditions and resilience of the Jewish community in Orangevale, Sacramento, and around the world. And it certainly speaks to the Temple Or Rishon and that it's been entrusted for this very important role and the incredibly important role it plays for so many folks in our community and our entire region. This ceremony is especially important in light of January 27th being Holocaust Remembrance Day. So on behalf of the United States House of Representatives, I am honored to recognize the receiving of this Holocaust Torah at the Temple Or Rishon. Mr. Speaker, I wish to recognize Supervisor Wendy Thomas, who just recently closed out her term with the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors for her years of service. Supervisor Thomas has served the people of El Dorado County for nearly 40 years, with an overall career in public service spanning over a decade. Even prior to her career in public service, Supervisor Thomas had long-standing ties with her community. She was born and raised in Placerville. She established a strong educational foundation at Principia College, where she earned a bachelor's degree in both business administration and fine art. Wendy then further fostered her business acumen by owning and operating the printing press in Placerville for about 23 years, strongly contributing to the local economy. In addition to her business endeavors, Wendy showcased her artistic gifts for years. She achieved recognition in multiple national exhibitions for her watercolor artistry, authored a book, and had her work featured in several other watercolor publications. Wendy's family has called the region home for many generations, finding success as placer miners in 1850 and shortly thereafter becoming business owners in Placerville. In fact, public service is in her family's history. Her great-great-grandfather was recorder clerk of El Dorado County and later served as county sheriff and tax collector in the late 1800s to early 1900s. So he was the recorder, the clerk, the sheriff, and the tax collector. Pretty good. In 2010, Wendy Thomas began her own career in public service after being elected to the Placerville City Council. During her 8 years on the City Council, with 2 terms as mayor, she remained steadfast in her commitment to the community. She created and implemented the Neighborhood Chat program, which streamlined constituent outreach. Wendy was also instrumental in securing roughly $40 million to fix Placerville's failing roads and pipes. In 2014, she was named Woman of the Year for District 5 of the California State Assembly. After being elected to the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors in 2020, Wendy brought with her years of experience in governance and knowledge gained from earning her master's degree in political science from Southern New Hampshire University. She embodied a passionate, resourceful, and respectful style of leadership, driven by her deep and abiding love for her community. Therefore, on behalf of the United States House of Representatives, I am honored to recognize County Supervisor Wendy Thomas for her extraordinary career and her commitment to public service, and I join the community in wishing her the very best in her next chapter. Mr. Speaker, I wish to mark and celebrate the centennial anniversary of the Roseville Host Lions Club, a truly remarkable organization located in my district that is dedicated to meeting the needs of the Roseville community and people around the world. In 1925, a group of civic-minded individuals formed what was to be among Roseville's first community service clubs. Throughout its history, the men and women of this organization have sought to exemplify what it means to be true community servants. With major rail hubs and the Lincoln Highway propelling Roseville to serve as a critical logistical hub during World War II, club members and their families housed GIs traveling through the city on their way to the Pacific Theater. The level of care and comfort provided by the club helped to bolster the morale of the young men and women sent to assure the safety of our great nation. In recent years, the Roseville Host Lions Club has dedicated itself to support local youth and see them thrive. In the past, I've had the opportunity to join them for their Student Speaker Contest, an exceptional program in which students are challenged to improve upon their research and speaking abilities while being provided with various scholarships. Building upon their initial foundations, the Roseville Lions also work to improve the quality of life for people with disabilities. Through their support of various initiatives like the Folsom Prison Project for the visually impaired and the Guide Dogs for the blind, the Roseville Host Lions Club continues to fulfill their obligation of being knights for the blind, given to them by Helen Keller 100 years ago. In times of great hardship and crisis, the Roseville Host Lions Club has demonstrated its ongoing commitment to community service. From providing critical services and aid to victims of the 1989 Loma Prieta earthquake and the 2004 Southeast Asian tsunami, to sending medical equipment to Mexico and sponsoring exchange students, both locally and internationally, the Roseville Host Lions Club has left an indelible mark on the world and our community most profoundly. Therefore, on behalf of the United States House of Representatives, I am honored to recognize the Roseville Host Lions Club for their 100 years of community service and commend them for their significant contributions in Placer County and across the globe. Mr. Speaker, I wish to recognize the outgoing Placer County Chief Probation Officer, Marshall Hopper, for his years of devoted service to Placer County. Chief Hopper has been an integral part of Placer County's probation system for nearly 3 decades and has served as Chief Probation Officer for the last 14 years. Chief Hopper earned his bachelor's degree in criminal justice at Sacramento State University and his master's degree in executive public administration from Golden Gate University. He first served his country as a military police officer for the Army National Guard and as a probation officer in Shasta and El Dorado counties. In 1997, he began in Placer County as a deputy probation officer. After serving as a senior deputy probation officer, he was promoted to probation manager in 2005, assistant chief in 2010, and finally as chief probation officer in 2011. Chief Hopper's steadfast dedication to public service and to making a positive impact on those under his probation supervision has been a hallmark of his leadership. His efforts to promote innovation in the department led Chief Hopper and his team to spearhead many significant projects implemented throughout the county and even the state. Some of Chief Hopper's wide diversity of accomplishments includes creating the department's Professional Standards Division, initiating the Placer Reentry Program, creating the nationally recognized Probation Outreach Vehicle Program, and establishing the county's low-barrier homeless shelter. Through these efforts and many more, the probation system in Placer has excelled. It is because of the efforts of Chief Marshall Hopper and those like him that the residents of Placer County are afforded a strong. Therefore, on behalf of the United States House of Representatives, it is an honor and a privilege to acknowledge Placer County Chief Probation Officer Marshall Hopper for his exceptional career in law enforcement. I am proud to join Marshall's wife Stephanie and his children all in wishing him the very best in his next chapter. I yield back.
The gentleman from California yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.